Morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently May 17th, Friday, May 17th. So just a few things to note. Obviously, you do have the indices gapping up here. Few high short interest names are still squeezing. Greenweave Technology, FFIE. So you're still seeing some signs of froth in this market, even though I do think markets are at resistance. You've triggered this little head and shoulders from yesterday on the SPY as well as the NASDAQ. So if you retrace the neckline, that is a shortable opportunity. What I found interesting was yesterday they were trying to push it up above that neckline. It looked like it was very promising, and then they rejected it intraday. So I'm looking for some very similar price action. Now, if you get above the neckline on the SPY and you simultaneously have the VIX being sold into, I think this is a recipe for the indices to float higher and close the week strong. But as of now, we just want to respect that we've triggered a bit of a bearish pattern on the SPY, and it is looking likely that we're going to see a little bit more downside, but we'll just have to see how price action reopens. Again, I think there's a shortable zone off of this neckline. Any close above the neckline on a 5 or 10 minute basis is kind of a stop loss. Nat gas today just unbelievably strong yet again, pushing up. Obviously, you're kind of at a double top intraday. Believe it or not, this is shaping up to be potentially a little bit of a squeeze higher today. I do think that there's a strong chance we can actually take out this pivot just briefly and then have another reversal back to the downside. I mean, this chart is just super extended in nature. You're still trading into that 2.5 standard deviation move. A lot of resistance in play here, but things are just squeezing in the stock market, so don't be surprised if this name can continue to push higher and make it a little bit of a new higher. But again, you're probably going to see some sort of crazy reversal like this magnitude again. So that was an epic reversal that we caught yesterday. I'm still in KOLD. I'm still accumulating as well as holding. Crypto stocks getting a really big pump today. Bitcoin flying up back up to 66,000. Solana, ETH all pushing up on the session. Oil today also trying to break out, so that's potentially a little bit of a headwind that we need to watch out for. It did get slightly rejected right now off of that neckline. You can see here oil is coming down. I was very interested in seeing if oil could actually have a technical breakout today, because you do have that inverse head and shoulders in the oil market on the hourly chart that is potentially trying to play out, but definitely a little bit of rejection off of that neckline, so we'll just have to wait and see. I still think that energy stocks could catch a bid. You're still seeing that gas strong. If oil can hold 79, I think today then we push for $80 very shortly in the near term. I'm watching the VIX closely today. One of the reasons being is the VIX is holding a interesting falling wedge pattern lower boundary support line. And yesterday we did have a little bit of a rally, a retest of double bottom. So let's see if this double bottom on the VIX holds again. Historically, the VIX gets crushed and sold into on a Friday, so we have to pay attention to that. If the VIX does get sold into today, then that does provide extra liquidity for the markets to grind higher. Nat gas again still trying to break out of this little double top, but hasn't been able to do so just yet. So again, what's interesting about the SPY, it's triggered its head and shoulders. You look at the QQQ today. The QQQ also triggered a little bit of a mini head and shoulders, and it's looking like you're actually trying to get above that little neckline zone right now. So there's a couple little channels on the Qs that I'm watching. There's these two channels displayed like this. So clearly we hit lower boundary support. You're gapping up now. If for some reason we get rejected here, you're going to fall back down to the low of this other channel. So there's two channels inside here that I'm watching on the NASDAQ QQQ chart, and we'll see how it reacts. Again, you get through this neckline, your next resistance is going to be this pivot high to pivot high to pivot high around this 453.60, 453.50. So the SOXS is gapping down a bit, Semiconductors are trying to push up today. I'm actually looking at adding to my KOLD day trade, kind of at your double bottom or a pierce of this double bottom. Again, we had a 3/4 average at 51.66 day trade. I'm looking to add one more time to KOLD via the day trade from yesterday. So a pierce of double bottom kind of gets me interested on adding again the fourth entry. Okay. There's a long trade, a potential momentums trade on FFIE here. You know, this one is gapping up again. What I want to see on this name, again, this is not a company that I'm holding long term. Absolutely not. It's actually very, very extended in nature. I mean, trading with a 97.8 RSI as of yesterday, this is actually going to shoot up even more because you're gapping up today. But if FFIE pushes into this EMA, I may short it. Now, the risky thing about this is that it is a high short interest name, and you may not get shares available to short. That's the only problem. But if this one takes out its pre-market high, which is sitting around 303, I think we could maybe catch a little bit of a momentum play. I'm looking at a day trade long on XOM as well. I was very close to entering at 118, but decided not to pull the trigger. Just waiting for more oil data. If you look at rig, that could be another one that moves, especially if oil pushes higher. It's already gapping up and breaking out. And a lot of these energy stocks are very, very close to triggering some bullish breakouts. Very, very close. So oil could be in the near-term precipice of also breaking out here. Nat gas continuing. And guys, remember, I will add to my KOLD. Even in this area is very, very interesting, but I want to see a pierce of this area, this 269 area, 269.50, and I will add to my KOLD. Yeah, let's see Intel attack that gap. That is a name that's looking to press higher off of this momentum. Obviously, we've been accumulating in the lower boundary ranges here, and we are in the money by a couple percent on our nat gas position. But This one is one that I still think, yeah, will press higher. You know, a nice push above, a Friday close above this high pivot will be very, very interesting. All right, guys. Get ready to add to KOLD in this region. Get ready to add to KOLD. Ram saying, come on, flush this market all-time low. Oil really taking a dump. That's coming in quite substantially. So we did make briefly a new high pivot there. A brief new high pivot in nat gas, guys. I just added to my KOLD at 49.69. 49.69. So my average is now sitting at $51 on the day trade. 51 bucks on KOLD. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right, so 925. I'm looking at picking up some potential energy stocks. They are getting hit a little bit here in the pre-market with oil declining, but I think if oil can hold its impulse hourly chart green candle, so the low is around 78.70, I think that's a little bit of a potential long entry, and then just keeping tight stop on the trade in case it wants to break down from here. Let's keep the QQQ on watch. Honestly, right now the SPY is the weaker indice. So if you had to bet, probably puts on that name. You know, you're still seeing strength in the semis like SMCI, AMD, NVDA are all green. So SPY is probably the better bet because the SOX is strong today along with crypto. So if we're shorting the major indices, SPY is probably the better bet, in my opinion. Marijuana stocks are green in the pre-market. Look for potentially some continuation. Obviously, there was news yesterday, and typically the trend, I know a couple of you mentioned it in our little bit of a chat this morning, that typically after news plays on marijuana, you actually see a breather or lower price action. So nat gas starting to reverse from the high there. Oil's starting to bounce. Guys, I'm going to take a stab at XOM. That's what I'm looking at for a long trade today, guys. XOM day trade. It's trading at around 117.80. It's 20-day moving average and 7-day moving average are in very close proximity. You're about to have a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. So I'll keep those names on watch for a long, personally speaking, but alright, I'm just going to flip to some smaller time frames here. We'll go to the 2-minute chart here on the QQQ. And remember, today there is strength in semiconductors, so there's always a chance these markets can negate the bear pattern. There's always a chance. The Russell's slightly negative in the pre-market already. Alright, indices are set to open here, guys. Get ready. SPY's just a little bit, yeah, weaker. I'm looking for an entry on XOM around 117.46 starter position, okay? 117.46 starter position on XOM. If we flush into that area, 117.46, and then I'll accumulate all the way down to 117. S&P is coming in a touch. Again, yields are strong today, guys, so the Russell's actually showing some weakness today. It looks like it could attack its gap all the way back down to about 206.80 on the Russell. Alright, indices are still trying to find some ground here, some common ground. Nasdaq is getting a little bit of a push. You're seeing that semiconductor bear ETF catch a minor bid. I'm just waiting patiently here, guys. I'm waiting patiently here. Had a really sizable decline in the US dollar. It's only up 0.12%. So it's pulled back quite substantially, which actually supports a bit of higher price in the indices. Alright guys, I'm going to put a in-the-money stop on that SOX position from yesterday. In-the-money stop is going to be here at 28.64 from yesterday, just in the event that we start to push up. You know, semis are still strong. It's potentially losing this inverse head and shoulders, so I have an in-the-money stop on SOXS. You can see nat gas still holding very, very firm. Oil coming in a touch. XOM coming down. Nice big green candle on VLO. Yeah, that's a beautiful breakout, guys. Those calls that we took yesterday, those 165 calls, they are printing. Alright, this is a bit of a short setup coming into play. I'm still waiting for the neckline retest for a short. In and around this zone, I think there's a bit of a short play on the Qs. SPY as well. Russell. Guys, we've almost doubled our VLO already from that call, that 165 call that we took yesterday. It's almost doubled. Members, I just took profits on that VLO 165 call. I just secured profits on that VLO 165 call. Beautiful, beautiful job. Nat gas pushing right back up to the highs. XOM trying to firm up. Nat gas going for a new high of day there. QQQ starting to come in a touch. So again, I did secure profits on VLO. We took a 165 call yesterday. Look at that monster move. Wow. Wow, beautiful 66% gain to me. And I closed it a touch early, but I'll take that in one trading session. All right, look at Nat Gas go, guys. It's starting to squeeze some more. Intel's coming down. QQQ running into some sellers here. NVIDIA's gone negative, so a little bit of a bearish breakdown in NVIDIA, guys. Guys, I'm going to short MSTR here. High risk trade. I'm short at 1486. 1486 short MSTR. MSTR short. High risk trade, but I'm seeing Bitcoin coming into pressure here. I'm at short at 1486. It is going a little bit higher. This is a 1/4 position. Please understand that there's this extreme high risk here. I will add to the position at the high of day around 1505.50. But this is a 1/4 short MSTR. If we push up to high of day, the third entry will be all the way at your double top. Nat gas still strong, continuing to push. But that was a lovely trade on Valero, guys. Members, congrats if you took that with us. That was one of our most bullish names that we've been on, and that paid well. That paid very well. Intel getting clobbered. The VIX is seeing a little bit of a spike here, guys. So the VIX is now starting to gain some momentum off of the lows a bit here. Equity markets are still trying to push. MicroStrategy still hanging on. Guys, get ready to add to MicroStrategy. Still watching Nat Gas on my other screen. It's still relentlessly strong at the moment. I am seeing Bitcoin starting to roll over here a bit, guys. Bitcoin is starting to roll over here. Seeing some harsh declines again, losing that 66,000. NVIDIA's catching a sizable bounce. IWM still very, very weak. BABA seeing a continued move again on the back of Chinese stimulus. I guess we kind of know why copper's been so strong now, with the Chinese government coming in with some news, trying to save their real estate market. Guys, I stopped out of SOXS for a profit at 28.64. That's just the day trade. 28.64 SOXS stop was tagged. So at the moment, we just have a short on Nat Gas and a short on MicroStrategy. The short on Nat Gas on MicroStrategy is only a 1/4 entry so far. Average 14.86. Dixie's catching a bid here, guys. All right, guys, I just took a QQQ. I'm looking at a QQQ 450 put. QQQ 450 put. Filled at 31 cents. Please size this for loss. I'll add to this position once if we hit this area, this 452.70. Okay. MSTR is coming in. Nat Gas potentially seeing a bit of rejection at double top. MSTR is coming in a touch more. You're seeing the Q's still strong. VIX is getting bumped off of the lows. Nat Gas seeing a little bit of sellers. MSTR still holding steady. Again, so we're riding an MSTR short and a QQQ 450 put. We're already up on the put and MSTR. Nat Gas still seeing a bit of sellers in this region. Bitcoin still looking heavy. Your long Mullen. Chris is long Mullen. Let's take a look at Mullen here. Going for a bit of another high short interest name at the lows. Trying to do a little bit of a bottom pick. Dangerous game there, Chris, but you could be rewarded. Look at MSTR. MSTR catching a really big bid here, trying to get saved along with the Qs. QQQ. Still looking a little heavy. Tesla's trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal here. Alright, QQQ still coming in a touch here, guys. QQQ still coming in. We're still waiting on nat gas. Bitcoin still looking quite heavy, guys, in this region. NVIDIA is now seeing more selling. NVIDIA is kind of actually lagging the semiconductor market today. It's negative, and you have the SOXX green, so that's not a positive divergence. That's a negative divergence for one of the bellwether names. That's very troublesome. Alright guys, those puts are now printing hard. They are printing, they're up 40 cents. I just closed half at 40 cents, guys. I just closed half at 40 cents. And I'm leaving runners, guys, on the Qs. So it's a beautiful, beautiful 29% gain on the first half. And I'm still got runners in place on the 450 put. Now you're also seeing natural gas starting to come in, guys. This is... If nat gas can close negative today, see a bearish reversal, and I think we're very, very close to doing so. I think we're very, very close to doing so. Then our portfolio is going to skyrocket. You know, we've had a stellar session, maybe a little bit early on nat gas, but again, once this thing starts to come in, you're probably going to get punished on the late chasers. SOXS seeing a huge rip, QQQ right back down to the lows, guys. Look at this, guys. Again, that downside head and shoulders target looks to be pretty valid. Looks to be pretty valid. Still holding MSTR short. That one's trying to firm up here. Again, KOLD average is sitting at 51 bucks. 51 bucks after that ad at 49.69 for the day trade side. And then for the swing trade, we're still down on the session. Intel's getting wrecked. SOXS is pumping. I'm surprised MicroStrategy is staying this firm considering things. Alright guys, next target profit, I'm going to sell another half if we flush, if the contracts push up to about 45 cents. So if they push up to about 45 cents, I'm going to sell another half. And I'm just going to leave a break even, guys. I'm adjusting a break even stop loss at 31 cents for my 450s, just so that it doesn't go against us. Okay? So break even stop loss at 31 cents for my 450 put. VIX is still green, 10 years strong, 2 years strong. 30-year strong. Again, I do think this market can be in for a little bit of trouble today. MSTR is still holding steady. Bitcoin's trying to catch a bid. Oil is getting bludgeoned at the moment. It's starting to come down, which actually helps the indices, guys. So just be careful with these puts. Again, break even on the puts because oil is starting to fall, which should give the markets a little bit of help to get off these lows. But the thing is if oil starts to fall and the markets can't catch a bid, then we're going to hit this downside target. Right now you do have all indices negative. The Russell's down by 0.4. S&P's, Qs are actually flat. Bitcoin's still strong. Seeing Canopy growth positive, but Aurora's negative. That's quite interesting from my point of view. Nat Gas trying to push up again. MSTR pushing up again. 1505.50 is the next ad level on MSTR, guys. 1505.50, basically your high of day. Meta is going for a low of day, so is Microsoft. That does not support higher prices in the Qs. Those two names have heavy weightings in the ETF, so therefore, whenever you see the heavy weighted names in the XLK, XLC sector, so Meta, Microsoft, those are the two names that hold the highest amount of weighting in some of the ETFs. So therefore, when you start to see Microsoft and Meta decline, a little bit of an inside trick, Wall Street's selling. Wall Street is selling. And vice versa, when those stocks are strong, you typically see the market push. So Meta and Microsoft are some of the major key components of this market because they hold such a drastic weighting in the XLK and XLC, both over 20% weightings. All right, Qs are still at the lows, guys. I am going to adjust an in-the-money stop at 35 cents on my QQQ 450 put. Look at this, we're going lower. Again, profit target, I will sell another half of the position at 45 cents a contract. We're at 42 cents. $0.43. Come on, we're printing, guys. We're printing here. We are printing. Again, break an in-the-money stop now at 35 cents a contract for my QQQ 450 put. I do not want to let this go against us. Shopify got punished today. Yep. Yes, it has. Look at that. Meta new low of day. Google's coming in. Microsoft's at the lows. Apple's strong. QQQ. Guys, I secured a little bit more profits there off of that little bit of a dip. I'm holding my last few runners on the position with an in-the-money stop at 35 cents a contract, guys. Still holding MSTR and KOLD short. Sorry, KOLD long, MSTR short. But yeah, Shopify, unhealthy price action. It definitely got punished today, down 1%. Oil's trying to now firm up. MSTR, come on MSTR. We just need Nat Gas to cooperate. This mother effer Nat Gas. ARM today down 1.2. How's that FFIE doing today? FFIE squeezing. I wonder if we can actually look for a bit of a long entry. Still not above this. If FFIE gets above this pre-market high, guys, it could start to squeeze even more. I know it's up over 70, but you get above pre-market high and I could see a move to 350. So I might take a little bit of a long trade on this name. It's very risky. It's very risky. But a move above this 303 level gets me quite interested. So I'll keep that on watch on my other screen there. Nat Gas still trying to push. You know, you have a lot of high short interest names still performing well, but it's mixed. You have a lot of names underperforming, a lot of names outperforming. Qs are still struggling here in this region. Let's look back at MSTR. Nat Gas still trying to push up and make another high. Same thing with MSTR. That's trying to grind higher. Qs are still struggling here. So the Qs are stabilizing here, but still struggling in this region. Bitcoin still looking fairly weak. Just grab some IWM puts. Tilray smacked down. Yep. Up 95% on FFIE today. Yeah, that's a crazy move. It's a crazy move. Wait, did you catch FFIE, Briston? Yourself? Wonder if you did. Alright, guys. The Qs are showing some signs of potentially wanting to move up here. I'm going to close my full position of puts back at 40 cents again. I just closed them just because I am seeing a potential to curl up here. Yeah, IWM is a nice short opportunity. Actually, I like that. I do like that retrace. That's a nice bounce on IWM. Still trying to stabilize here. So I'm actually just going to grab common shares short on IWM. I just shorted IWM at 208.22. 208.22. I'm now short the Russell just with common shares. This is a 1/3 position. A 1/3 position, guys. Okay, and then I will add to the position. You can see that the Russell's in this nice little downsloping channel. It's a nice little channel that we can play both on the upside and the downside. Basically, I will add to the Russell position now. About 30 cents higher here. Right in line with this little high wick pivot. It's around 208.50. I'll add to the Russell. And these are just common shares, guys. These are just common shares. I'm not doing the options right now. I feel like there's going to be some shenanigans. Oil's ripping. Nat gas still very, very strong. Oil's making a bullish reversal. XOM is ripping. Should have taken that one off of the open. Fuck. MSTR. Let's flip the Russell to the other side of the screen here. Whoops. Meta's at the low, Microsoft at the low. Qs are struggling here, guys. QQQ really starting to come in. Really starting to come in. Still waiting on MSTR, Nat Gas, but they're all strong at the moment. Look at the Russell starting to come in nicely, guys. The Russell's starting to come in nicely. Apple still pushing, Microsoft dumping, Meta struggling. Big technical breakdown across the board. MSTR is now dumping. Bitcoin's coming in. Google's at the highs. That one's showing some more relative strength. People are still showing some heavy signs of accumulation in Google. Look at this IWM and MSTR, guys. Profit target on MSTR. I think this could actually, believe it or not, go negative. I think MSTR can actually go negative today. I mean, there's a lot of people chasing crypto up here. You have technically triggered a breakout pattern on MSTR. So that's why you're seeing unwavering strength right now. But again, crypto's selling here. Bitcoin's selling, breaking down out of a key level. It's still up 1% on the session, which is why you're still seeing a little bit of an underlying bid in MicroStrategy. And again, MicroStrategy is trying to break out yet again. It really needs to hold this key little trend line. You keep losing this trend line, it's a failed breakout. Still short IWM, nat gas, oil's still ripping, XOM at the highs, SOX target 3150 gap fill, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I got spooked out of that SOXS. Qs are ripping here, guys. QQQ is starting to rip again. Russell's lagging. Nice to see the Russell lagging things. Guys, Adobe's starting to rip here. ADBE. Nat gas taking a bit of a breather again. Alright, 10 a.m. just hit, guys. Again, members, we profited on Valero, we're profiting on MSTR, we're profiting on this Russell 2000 dump. I mean, things are looking pretty good right now. Pretty good. MSTR is still coming down, nat gas pushing, oil's still looking to push higher. NVIDIA weak, Microsoft still weak. Meta's now trying to firm up, so that should be somewhat helpful. Tesla getting some big wick energy. You see the Russell wicking. Markets are trying to push up here. I still think we're in a bearish environment. QQQ still struggling, even though you're seeing a bit of a bid now. Paul is saying he's long KLG. 2104 KLG. So you're at the lows. Let's see the volume on this name. 1.12 million shares at the moment. Okay, so you're just buying a little bit of a retrace off of that bottoming tail. So yeah, you're tagging that 50% retrace. I can see why you're trying to make a little attempt here. You do have potential for a nice bounce, especially if the markets firm up here, which they're seemingly trying to do so. Interesting, interesting. Let's look at Shopify again. Guys, MSTR is trying to push for a high of day. Shopify getting a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see Google again. Alright guys, I'm shorting Google here. I'll let you know when I get filled. I'm looking for 175.20. 175.20 as a starter position. I repeat, 175.20 as a starter position. I'm not in yet, but if it wicks up to that area, I will be starting it. 175.20, so we're about 5 cents away. Adobe still looking strong. Russell's pushing up. That's okay by me. Alright guys, I'm short Google here. 175.21 I got filled at. 175.21. This is a 1/4 entry. I'll basically add to the Google short about every 40 cents until we accumulate a full position if need be. So next ad level will be 175.60 if need be. Still holding an MSTR down about $10 per share. Still holding KOLD. That one's down. What would the target price be on Google? You know, based off of yesterday's little sell side pressure, I'm looking for a reversion in Google back to this channel. So I mean, my price target, usually I like to make 50 cents to $1. You know, so $1 puts you basically back down to 174.20ish. So again, around 174.21 would be about $1. Alright guys, MSTR, next ad is 1505.50. 1505.50 I will add to MSTR if need be. Canopy growth still moving up. That's up 4%. Seeing continuation, guys, on Canopy. Alright, the Russell's starting to come back down again. Bitcoin's still getting a nice bounce. Still waiting on nat gas. XOM, guys, is breaking out. Trying to break out today. QQQ getting wrecked right now. Coming down pretty hard. NVDA almost at the lows again. Microsoft still struggling. Oil's starting to get wrecked again, guys. So oil's starting to come in some more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ARM's getting destroyed. ACB and Canopy are diverging a little bit here. Yep, I'm seeing the VIX showing signs of accumulation, guys. UVXY is holding that double bottom from yesterday, and this is a Friday. So again, typically the statistics show that Friday the VIX gets sold into. So if we start to end positive on Friday, that's going to be a problem. The dollar's faded still a little bit from the highs. The 2-year yield's gone slightly negative, but the long end of the curve is outperforming today. So the 10-year yield is actually outperforming. That's up a nice 0.5% at the moment. Alright, there's a potential for an inverse head and shoulders being set up here, guys. I am going to just protect this Russell trade with a slight in the money stop at 208.19. I don't want to get a bullish light volume squeeze to ruin our Friday here. So I'm all about protecting profits on a Friday because I hate going into the weekend if you're losing trades. All right, Google's starting to come in, still holding MSTR and Nat Gas. You know, Nat Gas is still at 269, holding some unwavering strength at the moment. Unwavering strength. NVIDIA new low of day, guys. NVIDIA just made a new low of day. Qs are looking to break down here. And Tilray's down 5%. Yeah, so I mean, there's some interesting dynamics going on here. Some divergences across the board. The Dixie's also breaking down here, guys. It's sending gold and silver soaring. I'm going to move my stop loss down on the Russell here. I'm going to put it at 208.03, guys. Stop on the Russell. NVIDIA getting wrecked right now. So NVIDIA is starting to potentially punish those chasers that chased it. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop down on the IWM some more. My stop is now at 207.97. We're locking in gains no matter what. MSTR is almost at the next ad level. So MSTR's approaching the next ad level. Remember, on the QQQ, we still have not satisfied that downside target yet. So I mean, your downside target is this 450.50, and you can see you're hanging on to this little bit of a channel, but if we lose this area, you're going to flush to this lower boundary channel again. A little bit of a hanging man candle, 5-minute hanging man candle on Google. That's bearish. That's typically a bearish setup on Google. Come on, Russell, flush it down one more little bit. Guys, MSTR almost at our 1505.50 next ad level. So keep that 1505.50. I have an order resting there. Come on, chop it down. NVIDIA is still near the lows, down 1.19%. You have Microsoft negative, Apple green, AMD up 1.3, AVGO, Tesla negative, Google, Amazon positive. So right now, the more important stocks that typically keep this market buoyant are actually seeing some distribution signs. Not a good sign. All right, I'm moving my Russell stop down a little bit more, 207.91. 207.91. What do you think about Hood for a day trade? Within the first 40 an hour of trading, I really like to only focus on day trades. So just make sure your questions, guys, it's more helpful if I can know if you're looking at it as a swing or a day trade. If it's a day trade, I will favor those within the first hour because I'm obviously scanning and looking for opportunities. Swing trades, I like to look at after the first hour when the volume starts to dry up. So I mean, right now, Hood, you're inside of this red bar. This is technically a short unless you get above this red bar. You get above this red bar and you're probably going to make new highs in this pattern. Keep in mind this is showing a little bit of a bull flag structure. So I mean, right now it did get some upgrades, but this is still a technical inside bar short, heavy volume bar. You want to respect that reversal until you get above it. So right now it is resistance. But if you work yourself through that red bar resistance, then you can push absolutely higher. All right, markets are trying to get a small bounce here. Nat Gas still holding firm. Google still holding firm. Come on, Google, give it up. Your counterparty Meta's weak on the session, so XLC is not really performing that well, but Google's still roaring here. Again, 175.60 is the next ad. 175.60. Protective stop is in place for IWM. Do you have the Qs are trying to push up again? SMCI, what a sell-off. Yeah, SMCI, AMD, they both got hit pretty hard. Guys, Google's almost at our next ad level, and so is SMCI. They're both approaching very, very quickly. $175.60 next ad on Google. Waiting on it very, very patiently here. There it is, guys. $175.60 I got filled at. That's our second entry short on Google. I repeat, it's our second entry short on Google. My average is now sitting at 175.41. Next ad level would be our third entry at 176. If we push higher than that, the final entry is at 176.40. So every 40 cents we're just accumulating a day trade short on Google. Russell's trying to stop us out potentially. XOM still firm, trying to move higher here. MSTR, I'm still holding that name. Alright, the Russell's hitting our stop loss, guys. I did get stopped out of the Russell. That's our nice little win on the Russell. Congrats on that trade. MSTR is approaching next ad level here at 1505.50. 1505.50. I will add our second entry. QQQ has not fulfilled the downside yet. I repeat, QQQ has not fulfilled the downside yet. You have the SPY slightly negative, Qs are slightly negative. The Russell's actually green on the session. And it is looking like a day where the semiconductors are getting faded. So that does put additional pressure on the Qs. Remember how at the open I said semiconductors were strong today, so we kind of want to avoid the Qs. Well, the roles have actually flipped. Semis are now actually showing massive distribution and have gone negative. So that's a problem for the equity markets in the near term. That's a big problem for the equity markets in the near term. You do not want to see the semiconductors losing momentum because that typically will put additional pressure on the market. They have a huge weighting in the ETFs. Oil trying to catch another bid, guys. So I'm looking as oil presses, I'm looking for the dollar to potentially press. Nat gas still holding at 269.60. MSTR is approaching that next ad level. The Russell's still holding steady at the moment. Let's see the Qs here. Qs are still coming down. Losing this channel, guys. Semiconductor bear ETF is pumping. Off of the lows, I should say. It's pumping off the lows. Google seeing a bit of resistance in this region. So Google is seeing some sellers trying to step in. A little bit of doji candles forming on the googly moogly chart here. MSTR, guys, I just got filled on MSTR. I got filled at 1506 and it blasted through that level. I got filled at 1506 for the second entry. Again, this is a high risk trade, guys. My average is now sitting at 1494.97. It's coming up to our third entry here. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of a bullish recovery. Alright, so this one's squeezing on us, guys. Down about 1.39%. 1520.91 double top. I will add a third entry. And then the fourth and final entry will be at 1534.10. But what a move. This one we got to watch carefully because crypto's actually trying to firm up here. Bitcoin back above 66K, which is why you're seeing MSTR really try to break out here. Nat gas is starting to see a little bit of signs of distribution in this region. Still very, very strong on the session. You have the QQQ trying to firm up here. Canopy still holding its gains, guys. I'm very interesting to see Canopy still holding the lion's share of its gains here. Google starting to see some sellers in this region, so again we're still short Google. So we have a couple positions on the go here. Google, MSTR, and KOLD. You can see the Qs are now trying to firm up here. Potential little inverse head and shoulders in the making, guys, on the Qs here. Tesla's looking strong. VIX is slowly being faded here, guys. Big push on the Qs, guys. I did get wicked and added my third entry there on MSTR at 1520.91. My average is now sitting at 1505.41. And we have one more entry at the high here of 1534 on MSTR. One more entry. Alright guys, I'm going to take a long entry on CGC. This is high risk. I repeat, CGC, I'm going to go long. I'm going to try to take a stab at CGC. It's showing a considerable amount of strength here in this region. I'm looking for a bit of a back test of this 1136 impulse green candle. That gets me long. 1136, I'm looking for an entry on CGC. I repeat, 1136, I am looking for an entry on CGC. Could even want to back test 1120. CGC might not. Oh, they're not even going to give us a back test. They're going to try to rip this in our face, aren't they? Wow. Qs and markets are pumping now. All indices have flipped back to the green side. You still have Microsoft and NVIDIA struggling here, but all indices have flipped back to the green side. MSTR is still pumping to the high side. That one's definitely going against us at the moment. Bitcoin's still acting well. Looks like MSTR wants to try to work itself to its 1552 gap. We'll see if it can actually push there. Bitcoin's still acting well. Google's still trading at 175.50. QQQ. Alright guys, I just got filled on my final entry on MSTR. I got filled at 1534.64. My average is now 1516.49. 1516.49. So I am down on this trade, but I will not add to it. Nat Gas is still trying to push here. Qs have still had a really sizable bounce. The VIX is at the lows. Alright guys, I'm going to short the Russell 2000. IWM, I'm short here at 208.41. 208.41, I'm short the Russell. This is a 1/3 position. 208.41, it's going even a little bit higher than that. 1/3 position, my second entry on the Russells. Going to be around 208.55, and then if need be, $208.70. So we're back in an IWM short. Nat Gas going for 270, a new high of day. That's quite extraordinary and impressive. Lotto on GME for today. Lotto on GME, eh? Let's see what that chart is doing. No, I wouldn't touch it. Shelf offering, you had this news on GME on the I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it. Maybe if you hit the 20-day at 1840, but then even then there's a gap fill down at around 1740. Guys, Nat Gas is squeezing some more here. So new highs on Nat Gas. Nat Gas is at 270 and pushing. Wow, quite extraordinary. Not even with this stick, no. That's funny. MSTR is squeezing, Russell squeezing. Russell's coming up into our next ad level here, guys. MSTR is getting away on us here. Same thing with Nat Gas. That's pumping in our faces right now. All right, so there is a potential now for the Russell to check back and create a right shoulder here. So you have the near term strength in the Russell. It is carving out this bottoming formation. If it pulls back and creates a little bit of a right shoulder here, that could be a bit of a long signal for the market. You have MSTR just ripping. Bitcoin's ripping, guys. Nat gas ripping. NVIDIA's Tesla's just skyrocketing here. That one's made a huge red to green reversal. So Tesla's shaking and moving at the moment. MicroStrategy trading at 1540. Nat gas still pumping. All right, guys, I just took a 451 put on the Qs. 451 put on the Qs. This is high risk. Please size for loss. I got filled at 32 cents. 451 put on the Qs. Still holding this Google. Google's still strong on the session. Russell's still strong. Let's look at the QQQ again, as we're in a 451 put. And I will add to the 451 put if we retest this little neckline. So around this 452.70, I'll add one time to the 451 put. $10:30 time frame. Markets have now been trading for an hour. MSTR just squeezing on us. Bitcoin going for a potential high of day. Nat gas finally seeing a little bit of selling, but it's still so strong on the session, up about 3.5%. So this is why they call it the Widowmaker, because it tends to go higher than most people think, and then just when it ropes in everyone on the long side, it'll go lower than most people think. Paul's KLD first entry is at 49. Nice. You're spot on there, Paul. That's a beautiful, beautiful entry. Much better than mine. You're going to probably get paid. I could see a sharp reversal at some point. So at the moment we have a QQQ put at 31 cents. 451 put. We have a Russell short, just common share short at this 208.41. MSTR is kicking my ass, guys. Nat gas still pushing for a new high. quite extraordinary. Russell's starting to come in. Nasdaq still pushing up. Again, I'll add, if we push into this region, 452.75. Dixie's almost going negative here. So the Dixie's starting to lose some severe momentum. Russell's coming in. So what a bullish recovery and retest. Tesla's skyrocketing here. Russell's coming in some more. Nat Gas still holding 271. KOLD at 48.86. Google's still trying to push. Tesla's now up 1.45% and mooning here. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my final 451 put entry. If the Qs pierce this little level or tap that 452.75. Russell's still struggling here. Tesla's still ripping. Baker Hughes rig count. It can move it, but typically not as much as inventories. Paul's saying swinging long KLG, second entry at 20.85. Okay, thanks Paul. So right now I'm still down about 2% on MSTR. That one's kicking my butt. Google's still going up. Yeah, 176 is the next ad level on Google. 176 is my next ad level on Google. It's almost there. Russell's starting to come in. Tesla's just skyrocketing here. I mean, is there news on Tesla, guys? But this Tesla chart is just getting quite ridiculous right now. Look at that Tesla chart, guys. It's actually coming into a bit of a short zone here. You know, if we keep pushing into 179, I'll look for a bit of a short scalp on Tesla. QQQ coming down a little bit here. Again, we're still under the neckline of the Q, so even though we've had a ferocious bounce off of the lows, holding this first channel, I still suspect we should see some downside. I mean, they have crushed the VIX. Oil's softened. Dollar's really going negative here, or almost trying to go negative. You've seen 4 hours of consecutive selling in the dollar. MSTR is trying to come in a touch here. Guys, so MSTR, since this trade has really not gone according to plan, and it's against us, I'm even going to take a break even. If we flush back on MSTR, I'll take a break even at this point. So again, my average is sitting at 15.1649. I would take a break even on that name. So I'll watch it closely. QQQ and Russell are coming in a little bit here. So again, we're still short the Russell off of this zone. And now we're coming down. So I'm going to start putting an in the money stop, guys, on the Russell. In the money stop on the Russell at 208.33. Qs are printing now. Those puts are now up nicely. They're starting to work well. A few cents here. But the Russell, again, could be forming this right shoulder now. So that's what we need to be mindful of. So especially if we do a Fibonacci retrace from this high to the low, let's see what we're stopping at. So I think we should hit 50% or 60. I'm going to look for a profit target right at this 50% retrace, guys, on the Russell. I'm going to sell half and leave an in the money stop on the Russell. So profit target is basically right here at this 208.04, just above 208. So even in this vicinity is interesting. Bit of a 10-minute topping tail on MSTR. Nat Gas still trying to push. VIX is seeing some signs of accumulation here. So I'm selling half of my Russell, I'm covering half of my Russell at this 208.04, and I'm going to leave runners, in the money runners, with a break, an in the money stop. Alright guys, I just covered half of my Russell short there, beautiful little win, and I'm going to leave an in the money stop here at 208.29. So that Russell trade is now risk free, so we can now focus on the QQQ put options and MSTR, as well as Google. Google I just added, guys. Google I just added at 176.02. It is pumping even higher than that. That's my third entry short on Google, guys. My third entry short on Google. 176.02 I got filled at. My average is now sitting at 175.69. Again, I'm still looking for about 50 cents to $1 on Google. 50 cents to $1 on Google. Final entry on Google is at 176.40. That will be my final entry. The Qs are still trying to firm up here. Dixie's still weak, getting sold into. VIX at the lows. Apple's curling down. Wow, Google's a monster today. Tesla's a monster today. Nat Gas is a monster today. Yeah, Google's a tough one today. It's a beast. It's a beast right now. You do have a pretty strong negative divergence intraday on Google. Hourly chart is about to form its first divergence as well. So we're still holding a 451 put on the QQQ at 31 cents. A 451 put on the QQQ at 31 cents. We already took profits on the Russell with an in the money stop. Google right now still out of the money. MSTR right now still out of the money. And of course Nat Gas at the moment still out of the money. So as things stands, the Dixie has been faded, almost going negative. 10-year yield softened. The short end of the curve has gone pretty much negative. You've got Tesla, SMCI, AMD, semis flip back to the green side. Still have NVIDIA and AVGO and Microsoft weak, so those are three important names. Canopy growth still up about 3%. Oil's faded, that's flat. So I mean, a lot of the headwinds that you had in place for the market to sell off have kind of been demolished. You know, oil faded, that's flat. Dollar was strong off the open, that's now been faded, almost going flat. You've had the 10-year yield soften up. You've had the VIX go negative. So I mean, the headwinds and tailwinds have kind of flipped. Albeit, the market has had a nice bounce off of that technical flip. And we are still trading into this previous little breakdown zone. Still haven't retested the true neckline of the head and shoulders. And as long as we still stay under that, we run the risk of actually going lower. Nat gas trying to come in a touch here. QQQ is still trying to press here a little bit. What's interesting is you have the market is at an inflection point here, right? They're trying to rope in bulls, they're trying to rope in bears. Market makers are retesting this little bit of a breakout zone of the SOXS. And you can see you're testing almost that breakdown zone on the Qs. So remember yesterday we had two bullish patterns, one forming on the inverse SOX here and one forming on the Qs. So at this point, which way is it going to break? Are we going to keep pressing higher to the upside target on SOX, or is the Qs going to get rejected here? Obviously we are positioned a bit on the short side, but when you look at things, you know, the market can go higher, so just keep that in mind. The Dixie keeps being obliterated here. Just no bid in the dollar today. Look at that complete fall and washout. That's why the indices have rallied off of the lows here. It's been a sharp, sharp, sharp. QQQ coming into this little bit of a trend line. I will add my final entry on the put side there, guys. I will add to my position. MSDR still looking strong. Nat gas still holding its gains. Oil's now trying to push up a little bit. Bit of a double top resistance trying to keep you at bay. Again, guys, get ready to add. If the Qs pop up into this little bit of a trend line, I will add to my 451 put again. We are down about 6 cents, 5 cents per contract. One reason semis are moving up. Yep. CGC dropped. Yeah, it did drop. Still slightly green on the session, but definitely under a bit of pressure in the near term. Tesla's still ripping. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my QQQ 451s here again. This is risky, but we are now technically back testing that neckline of the Qs. I haven't added yet because I still want to let it tap it or pierce it. The Russell 2000 also tagged our in the money stop, so that trade is complete. The IWM short did tag my 208.30 stop there. So it did stop me out. Of course, as they tag that stop, they're starting to roll things over a little bit more now. Still seeing Google unfazed, Tesla unfazed, NASDAQ seeing a little bit more selling. So the sell side pressure is coming from Amazon right now. That's seeing a bit of a downturn. Dixie's going lower though, guys. The Dixie's going lower. Nice little top wicks forming on the Google chart here. So Google is under a bit of pressure in the near term. Seeing some top wicks are telling us that buyers are slowly getting exhausted. Sellers are trying to take control of the price up here. But again, the QQQ still pushing up. Dixie, still no bounce in the Dixie. Whoops, sorry guys. KLD second entry at 48.50. Nice job there, Paul. You've got a nice average you're accumulating in. All right, I did not add to the Qs there because they did not tap our level. MSTR still acting well. All right, let's see if Google wants to come down now. You're seeing the Qs, a little bit of sell side. Still holding MSTR. We're down about a couple percent, just under 1.66% down. QQQ and Google, we're waiting for those shorts to come in. Tesla's finally seeing a little bit of a 10-minute red candle. SMR big bounce, sold some puts yesterday. Nice job, Tom. This nat gas chart is just wild, guys. Wild. 3-bar surge on the daily. 3-bar surge on, actually it's a 4-bar surge on the weekly. Quite crazy. All right, Google's starting to come in. Let's see if this one, again, I still have a profit target of about $1 on the trade. 50 cents to $1 is reasonable. I am going to probably wrap up the stream around 11:30 since it is a Friday. QQQ still hovering and staying fairly buoyant in this region. Qs are now coming down, so we should start to see these puts print for us. Google coming in. Come on, Nat Gas. The Russell's trying to move higher here. Google still trying to come in a touch. MSTR is still strong. Bitcoin's trying to make a move to the high of the day. 451. 451 put, Anonymous. And I got filled at 31 cents. I'm down 5 cents right now per contract. It was a starter position. I am willing to add one more time if we pierce this little neckline zone. Again, as of now, we are still consolidating and trying to push up and break out, but if we push up into this little zone here, I'll add one more time to my put contracts. My same strike, 451. The VIX is being defended at the lows from yesterday. You're now seeing the Dixie trying to firm up. Google starting to come in here. Let's see if Meta starts to follow Google's suit. Nice little reversal on Google coming in, guys. It's good to see. QQQ, nice hard down candle. So our puts are now flat. Or basically flat after that little dip. Google were flat as well. Come on, Qs. Dump it, dump it, dump it. I'm going to sell half of my QQQ 451s. If we dump to this 452, I'm going to trim the position. So I'll give you some profit targets along the way. Basically, I'll sell half at 452. And then around this 451.50. And then 451. So we kind of have three profit targets. First one, second one, and then runners to your strike zone. MSTR still pushing, QQQ still acting well. Google's still coming in. We're now in the money on Google. Guys, so I'm going to trim half of my Google position at 175.13. And then if we start selling off, once we hit that level, I'll trim there half and I'll put a break-even stop loss. And then my next profit target would be basically looking for that full dollar gain. QQQ still just consolidating here. The Russell's into some resistance. Bitcoin's surging, guys. Bitcoin is just surging here. Meta got wrecked there. So Meta really came in. Our QQQ puts again are starting to firm up here. A little bit of huge volume in KOLD, lots of volume in nat gas in this region. Again, you have Bitcoin breaking out to the high of day. Yeah, 451 is my strike on the Qs, 451. Tesla still seeing a little bit of sell side. NVIDIA curling down, Microsoft curling down, Meta big stick down. Nice job, Tom. You're up 78%. Beautiful on FSRN. Yeah, FSRN. I think it moves to 1330 gap fill. 1330 looks promising. Although it is seeing some really strong sell side pressure here. So I mean, when you're up that much in that name, typically holding these types of stocks that are really crappy companies don't bode well over the long term. Nat Gas is seeing a little bit of sellers in this range. Just some minor selling. Again, still waiting on the Qs. I still think we could see a sell like we did yesterday in Nat Gas. QQQ is falling sharply, guys. Our puts are starting to print. Look at the dump. Beautiful dump. All right, so first profit target is this 452 zone, guys. 452 zone. Google, we're still green. MSTR is kicking my butt. KOLD is firming up off of the lows now. Come on, Nat Gas, give it up. Give it up. Still seeing the Qs, seeing unwavering buying pressure coming back into the things here. Nat Gas is still falling a little bit more. It's looking a little heavy in this region, like the Qs. Come on, Qs. Qs again. I'll sell half of my puts if we flush into 452. And then I'm going to put a break-even stop loss. Come on. Come on. Flush 452. Flush it, flush it, flush it. Come on, Qs. We're printing here, guys, on these puts. We're printing. Come on. Hit 452. We'll sell half. I'm selling half at 452, guys. We're up about 5-6 cents per contract here. Come on. They're trying to bounce it. And I mean, this is the troublesome aspect too, is now we're forming a bit of a right shoulder potential. There is a potential for a right shoulder formation. All right, guys, 452. I just sold at 41 cents. Beautiful. Beautiful. Profit target 1 was hit. Everyone should have banked on that. Nice trade there on the QQQ put. Now I'm leaving runners, guys. We're in control. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss at 31 cents. Next target, I will sell half at 451.50. So we banked 32.26% there. Beautiful. That was stunning. That was a stunning little decline. And everyone should have hit that profit target right there. Everyone should have caught that. Google, we're up about 20 cents at the moment. 175.13 is first profit target. Look at that. Qs are still falling, guys. We're up now to 43 cents a con. Come on down. Even if Nat Gas starts to come on down. Come on. Keep falling. Keep falling. Nat Gas is starting to come down, guys. So things are looking a little bit better at the moment. Come on, Nat Gas. Really give it up. One of these days, Nat Gas is going to have a bearish reversal, a red to green a green to red reversal. One of these days, it's going to go negative. We haven't seen a negative day in Nat Gas for quite a long time. Look at the Qs, guys. Look at the Qs. If you want to trim more, I have no issues trimming these puts down here, but I'm waiting till the second target at 451.50. Come on, flush it. Look at Nat Gas. Go, guys. Paul, your KOLD entries are looking rather juicy at the moment. MSTR is still strong. Come on, a little bit more downside. Come on, Qs. Cons are up now to 51 cents, guys. I'm going to trim a little bit more here. I'm going to trim another little bit here on the Qs. Look at target 2, guys. Target 2. All right, the fall is just too quickly. I'm trimming all of the QQQ puts here. I just trimmed and closed them all at 54 cents there. 54 cents. Whoa. That was crazy. What a dump, guys. Beautiful trading there. Beautiful little trading. That was epic. Nice job if you caught that. Let's see, Nat Gas wants to come in. Look at the decline in Nat Gas, guys. I'm still short Google as well off of this zone. Google's still holding steady. Everyone should have caught that. Everyone should have caught that. Why didn't I go with options on Google? Because there's some fuckery going in the market with Google's price action. Google's at all-time highs, so whenever a stock is trading at all-time highs, I don't like to, put options are much tougher in my opinion. And this is a strong name that is still seeing buying pressure, so I didn't want to get in any sort of decay. Look at the decline we just had in the NASDAQ and Google barely fell. So the decay, the theta side on the options just scares me, which is why I just want to go common shares. And I actually prefer common shares on these mega caps because, I can go really, really heavy. And then I have pretty much the full day to just manage the position. I don't have to worry about that decay. So that's the main reason I chose just Google common shares short. Okay. Nat Gas seeing a little bit of a bounce right before yesterday's previous high. QQQ is now potentially on the near. If you hold this green bar, which is looking like you are, there's a scenario here where you can actually form an inverse head and shoulders on the NASDAQ and the S&P. So you have a left shoulder here, you have a head, and you have a right shoulder. So now the market is probably going to try to test this neckline to the high side, and then that's going to give us an indication whether or not we want to truly break out or not. I still think that we got to go with the bearish pattern. You're still putting in lower highs, lower lows. This is trying to hold a higher low. But everyone should have caught that dump on the Qs, guys. That was stellar. Yeah, I got stuck in them too a little bit. The VIX is starting to show some signs of accumulation, guys. So I don't like the fact that the VIX, you have to be bearish on the market when the VIX is starting to show some signs of positivity on a Friday. The VIX is flipping back green, being defended at this double bottom zone. So when the VIX starts to squeeze on a Friday, guys, you need to be careful. You just need to be mindful that something could be brewing. More downside could definitely be brewing. So the VIX squeezing on a Friday is not a positive sign for the near term. Google still coming in. Again, profit target 1 on Google is 175.13 just before this previous pivot. That would lock in about 55-cent gain. We are starting to see Bitcoin trying to push. MSTR, that one's still going against us. Crypto's obviously still seeing some accumulation and signs of strength. Down about 2.5% right now on MSTR. Nat Gas is trying to bounce here. Huge bounce in the NASDAQ. That was a magnificent bounce. Google still acting well. QQQ, epic bounce in the Qs. trying to float right back up to the highs. You still have the dollar very, very weak on the session. Oil's quite weak. Nat gas still trying to push. The VIX is still showing some steady signs. So back to this natural gas. Definitely quite choppy in this range for nat gas. If nat gas can close back below 269.40 today, that would be yesterday's high wick pivot. That would be slightly bearish, even though it's still positive. Nice job, Whiskey Business. I hope everyone was able to catch that. That was a nice, stellar trade there. QQQ still trying to come down a touch here. Meta's still curling down, NVIDIA curling down, Google curling down. You now have the Dixie trying to firm up. Guys, this FFIE is now starting to push well above its pre-market high. It actually is well above its pre-market high. So now this is now shaping up for a bit of a squeeze continuation on this FFIE. It's high risk, but I'm going to go long FFIE here, guys. I just entered at 322. This is a small position, day trade only, and my stop loss is going to be this previous 303. Any sort of close back below 303 gets me stopped out of the trade, but I'm long now FFIE at 322. I'm only doing one position, one entry on this position. It's small size, guys, small size. I only have 1,000 shares long. Not going to break the bank on this trade, win, lose, or draw. I'm not interested in trying to go full speculation mode. My stop loss is this 303 pre-market high. But I'm long FFIE, looking for a momentum squeeze continuation. Again, I think that the upside today could even hit this 389. That's your EMA 113 on the daily. Nat gas still trying to come in a touch. QQQ day trade here. What's going on? Well, what's going on is we're at a kind of an inflection point. You're putting in potentially an inverse, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Your neckline is this downsloping trend line. Right now, you have not triggered the bull pattern. I expect a retest of this neckline to rope in more bulls and get people to try being breakout buyers. The technical picture at the moment, we have triggered a bearish pattern. A head and shoulders is still a viable target. Downside is 450.51. I would look for a short, if you're not short, in and around this range, 452.50 if you're not short already. I do think that there's more downside, but this is really the first big test for the market. You're putting in a potential higher low while you still have lower highs. Come on, FFIE. It's starting to squeeze, guys. FFIE, my first profit target, I'm going to sell half at 352 and then move a stop loss to break even. Come on, FFIE. Get up there. 352's first target. Second target is this 389. Come on, FFIE. Push, push, push. Nat Gas still trying to hold steady. VIX is being crushed at the moment. FFIE, new high of day, guys. This thing's going to blast off into the stratosphere, in my opinion. Come on, FFIE. Start squeezing. Start squeezing. Guys, we're getting some momentum in FFIE. Come on. One more little. We could see a nice little 3-bar surge off of this. No, FFIE, don't come down. All right, guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on FFIE. Break-even stop loss on FFIE at 322. And I'm interested in shorting the Qs if we tap this 452.60. I'd look at some put options. I'd look at maybe the 451s again. I'd have to see when we get there. But if the Qs push up into this zone, I would look to short it again. Nat Gas trying to bounce. Bitcoin still trying to recapture 67,000. So at the highs there on FFIE, we were up about 8%. It's now starting to come in a little bit. Up about 5%. Again, first target around 352. Qs are now starting to come in. All right, guys, I'm going to actually put an in-the-money stop, hard stop on this FFIE at 334. 334 hard stop. So I'm locking in at least 4%. Still have a Google short. Nat Gas, MSTR, I'm getting my ass handed to me. I'm down about $700 on MSTR myself. That's an ouchie. But believe it or not, I'm still super positive on the session with the QQQ puts that we've taken today. They've been very, very kind to us. Come on, FFIE. Get to first target. Get to first target and squeeze. Come on. Push up, push up, push up. I know. It's crazy. The volume is insane on FFIE. 418 million shares. That's like nuts. That's absolutely nuts. You know, so it's days like these where you can actually try to catch and play the trend in these high speculation names because there's a lot of liquidity flowing. So again, we're locking in gains no matter what. You can see FFIE is holding that 5-minute moving average. Come on, FFIE. Hit 352. Take us to the promised land. And I will be very, very happy. You're seeing canopy growth still holding slightly green. Here comes a potential move in FFIE. I'm going to move my stop loss on the FFIE up to this 339, guys. 339 stop on FFIE. I'm still selling half at 352. And then keeping this in the money stop. Come on. Come on. Push to 352. Here we go, guys. Get ready. This one's going to take probably an impulse candle to the upside, guys. FFIE is going to make an impulse candle move to the upside here. The volume's coming in. Come on. Keep squeezing. We're looking for a just over 9% profit target on FFIE. Oil's now starting to get going. The Dixie's trying to bounce. So this is where the market could run into a bit of trouble in the near term. All right, guys, I'm taking another QQQ 451 put. 451 put. QQQ filled at 35 cents. $4.51 put on the Qs. Profit target on FFIEs coming into play here, guys. Come on. Come on. Guys, we did tap that profit target. We did tap that profit target. I sold half. Look at the move. I'm adjusting stops here. Wonderful trade on FFIE. I'm putting a 350 stop on FFIE on the remaining shares. And I did sell half that position at 352. Beautiful, over 9% gain. Let's see if we can ride this trend now, guys. So beautiful. And again, 350 hard stop on FFIE. And we're now in a 451 put on the Qs. Next target on FFIE I think we hit is 389. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Boom. Come on, baby. Look at that. Nice job, Briston. Nice job. Everyone should be printing. Guys, as this pushes up, I'm going to keep moving my stop loss up. I'm now adjusting my stop to 359. This previous high candle, 359. Stop loss is in place. Holy shit. Look at the squeeze, guys. Look at it go. Look at it go. Alright, guys, I am out. I sold everything. 369. I am all out of FFIE. Full position is closed at 369. Lovely gain, 14.5% gain. That's what I am talking about. Holy, and this name can keep going. I just took my profits, 14.5%. Still riding this QQQ put now. Okay, still riding this QQQ put. Wow, FFIE, what a monster. What a monster, guys. What do I think of FAZ for a day trade? Guys, everyone should have caught on this FFIE. If you're in the money, just protect that at all costs. Take profits, protect it. Let's look at FAZ. So that's a levered financial instrument. I believe it's the levered financial instrument, if I recall correctly. Wow, that was insane on FFIE, guys. And it's still looking here to press. Jeez, it's still pressing. What a monster, guys. What a monster on FFIE. FAZ, no, I don't really like it at the moment. Sorry, is this actually the Bear ETF? Is this the Bear Financial ETF? Yeah, it must be the Bear. This one's the Bear, right? Sorry, I actually do like FAZ down here, but based off of the RSI divergence, this is going to probably make a little bit of a new low. But in and around this range, if you want to start accumulating, I have no issues. I mean, you look at, I'm short already Goldman Sachs. So you know what? I mean, I think that, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to pick up some of this at double bottom, at least a starter position in the near term. That does make a lot of sense. Guys, are there any, I can't seem to get any, but are there any available shares to short on FFIE? Are there any available shares to short? My brokerage is not getting me. I could call it in and call the trading desk, but my brokerage is not showing any signs of shares available. You know what? I do like this financial play, this 985 level, guys. 985. Guys, I'm going to go long FAZ here at 985 as a day trade. Long FAZ, so short financials. Still holding that Google short. We're slightly green on that trade. MSTR down on that position. Bitcoin really hasn't taken any sort of a breather Oil still trying to get going. Nat gas still holding 270. XOM still trying to push. Again, so we're in a QQQ 451 put again at 35 cents. We just went long FAZ at this 985 level, and this is more of a swing trade as well, guys. FAZ, I will look to probably swing this, for the next couple weeks. But this is just a little bit of a trade that I'm announcing here on the live stream. Let's look at Google again. That FFIE is now at 376 and squeezing. I mean, wow. You have put options? Let's see what these... I actually didn't even think to check the options chain for that name. What's the spread like in that name? It's probably horrific, isn't it? Oh, it's actually not bad. Well, let me pull up a... What are we at? 371. Let's look at the put side. Guys, I'm going to take a couple different things here on this FFIE. Guys, I'm looking at a $3 put and a $2 put on FFIE. Market is trying to rip face again. All right, Qs are trying to push up here, guys. Nat gas is still remaining firm. Guys, I just took a $3 put on FFIE, expiry June 21st, so giving us about a month of time. And I'm actually going to take a high-risk speculation trade, a lotto play on FFIE. I'm going to take a $3 put expiry today. $3 put expiry today. I just got filled at 37 cents on FFIE. 37 cents. It's a $3 put expiring today. 37 cents, guys. So my lotto play of the day, guys, $3 put on FFIE. FFIE $3 put got filled. Again at 37 cents a contract. Super high risk. Super high risk. This one could squeeze. Please size for loss if you're playing in this game. Bitcoin's just surging here, guys. Nat gas still holding steady. QQQ is trying to push up. Guys, the Qs are starting to come in here a touch. Again, we're still riding that 451 put. You can see now there's a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern even forming here, which kind of backs up the thesis that the other head and shoulders pattern is likely to play out. So if you trigger this little bit of a neckline, we are going to be set to go lower in the NASDAQ market here. So again, that put is looking rather juicy at the moment. Guys, I think there's a bit of a day trade scalp opportunity here on Bitcoin. I'm going to go long BITI here at 755. This is a short on Bitcoin. Just looking for a scalp trade. Long at 755 here on Bitcoin. It's a starter position. I'll add every 10 cents to this name. So 755, 745. But I'm looking for a pullback in Bitcoin. So we're scalping Bitcoin on the short side. So 755 we're entering. Actually, I'll tighten that up to every 8 cents. So 747, 739, and 730. Now gas still resilient at the moment. So again, we're shorting Bitcoin now, a little bit of an arbitrage scalping opportunity in my opinion. We took a lotto play on the FFIE. We're riding QQQ 451 put. We're up on the contracts a little bit here on these QQQ puts, but I'm still looking for more. Bitcoin's still pressing here in the near term. Nice job, Paul. QQQ coming down a little bit more, guys. These puts are starting to print now. I repeat, these puts are starting to print. Come on. Let's see what we can get. FFIE is still at the highs of its chart. Huge volume in this region. Again, we're riding a lotto $3 put here, and FFIE is starting to see some sellers. You're going to see a nasty reversal, I think, in FFIE, guys. We're going to get paid on this lotto. I can see the way this is shaping up, this type of a divergence on the RSI. We played it on the long side. And now we're playing it on the short side. QQQ. Look at the move in the Qs, guys. Come on. Keep flushing. Keep flushing. Nat gas pushing right back up. Google, we're still holding that Google short. CGC erased the gains. Yep, it certainly did. Bitcoin still holding steady at the moment. Steady Eddie on Bitcoin. The Dixie's trying to bounce here at 104.50. Meta's still struggling. Nat gas right back up. Crypto still strong. You have Amazon curling down. NVIDIA's looking to potentially break down here. So at the moment we have an FFIE lotto play. We have a QQQ 451 put. We're obviously holding nat gas shorts. MSTR has gone against us. Google, we're also holding that short in the mean. So we have a few different positions as well as a BITI long. And then that FAZ was just more so a swing trade. But if it bounces, back up substantially to, above 10-15 gap, I may look to trim some profits. Look at the Qs trying to come in again. Let's flip back to Google, which we're still obviously holding on the short side, slightly up on that position. You are seeing Bitcoin coming in a touch here. So again, we're long BITI off the 755 level. Come on, QQQ. You want to break down here. Just give it up. Tesla's still showing a very strong flag pattern at the moment. Again, so whenever you have two bear patterns in really the same intraday chart, one that's triggered up above, another one that's in the process of forming, it puts it into much likelier pattern and puts it into much likelier probability that we are going to trigger this downside move. And you can clearly see, a rough target is about $1.14 down from the neckline, which almost puts us to the low of this channel. So I'm going to start dragging this channel slightly forward here, because you can see we are trying to come to this neckline and support zone. FFIE is starting to come in a touch. Same thing with Bitcoin. QQQ puts were now up nicely. Come on, break this neckline with a nice flush. That would be beautiful. Again, we have that 451 put at 35 cents. Guys, I'm going to trim a little bit here on the neckline. I just sold half at 43 cents. I just sold half at 43 cents. Look at that bounce. Wow, look at that bounce right off that little neckline zone. Still holding half of the 451s at 35 cents per contract. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more sellers. Oil's starting to rip, guys. The dollar's starting to rip. Apple's getting faded. Amazon's still curling down. NVIDIA's still curling down. Oil again. If oil can get above 79.20, I think it's going to try to break out of its inverse head and shoulders. XOM seeing some more strength. Valero's still holding up well. Again, you all know how I am bullish on energy at the moment. FFIE is starting to see some downside, guys, so these puts can start printing here. Let's see what they're priced at. They've now moved up to about 40, between 40 and 42 cents, guys. Again, we have a $3 strike zone. Look at the Qs trying to break this area. We're still riding. Come on. FFIE, take us to the promised land. More sell side pressure coming into crypto as well, guys. We're now up 10 cents per contract on the 451 puts, guys, on the Qs. I'm going to move my stop loss to break even on the 451 puts, so my break even's at 35 cents. We are up 10 cents so far. Google's still coming in, Bitcoin's still coming in a touch. Let's look at the crypto market here. It's had a stunning move to the high side here. So we are seeing BITI firm up just a touch here. QQQ now breaking that little neckline, guys. This is where things get really, really interesting. You can see that both head and shoulders targets confluence at this 450-50 zone. Both targets. So the larger head and shoulders that we discussed in the morning and this little mini head and shoulders all coincide at the same 450-50 level, guys. And everyone should have been banking today. TUP jumped 30%. Yeah, that one's now up. Yep, I see that, 26%. Thank you, Bart. Appreciate that. Again, I'm all out of TUP. We took profits a couple days ago. A nice, what was it, 25% profits. Wow, Qs are, look at that. Right back up on the Qs, eh? So far you are seeing a lot of red on the screen. All indices are red. Dow components are red. Regionals, materials, energy, financials, utilities, and consumer discretionary are all positive. So Tesla is still keeping a little bit of an underlying bid in the consumer discretionary. But look at the Qs coming down, guys. Come on. Chop it down. We're now up tremendously, guys. 48 cents. Come on. Can we get these 451s to get in the money? We are triggering the head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Alright guys, I'm going to take some more profits here. Just sold at 46 cents, a few more. I'm now down to 1/3 of my position on the 451s, and I'm going to leave that the 1/3 position with a break-even stop at 35 cents, okay? So break-even stop at 35 cents now, and I do think that we can still hit 451. So nice profits there in that trade. Still looking for Bitcoin to come down a little bit more. Nat gas still holding at 271. FFIE still at 351. Alright guys, I am going to wrap up the stream here, bring it to a little bit of a close. Again, thank you all for tuning in. I will keep the stream going, but I do have a couple other things to take care of now that the summer's here where I'm living. There's a lot of nice weather, a lot of things to do outside, a lot of outdoor work. Got to check in on some of my Airbnb rentals as the booking season is increasing now for waterfront properties, so lots to do here, but it's been a stellar session here. I mean, if MSTR didn't take us, kick our ass today in that gas, it would be pretty much a perfect Friday. But net, really good day. Huge wins on FFIE. Nice wins on these put options. You know, every single options trade that we took today, guys, on the Qs, they've played out. And every single options trade that we've taken today has been a put option. So just keep that in mind, that what has been working for us today in the options market has been puts. Google, still holding Google. That one's coming down. We're in the money by about 20 cents on Google. QQQ still putting in a bit of bearish consolidation, looking like it wants to break lower. BITI is getting a little bit of a bump off the lows here. Come on, can they flush it into the 451s? Yeah, happy Friday, happy Friday. Guys, everyone should have banked with us today. I hope that you all were able to put some upside pressure on your trading accounts today, because we've called out quite a few different bangers across the board, and we're still holding some trades that are still working for us. You know, this Google, I still have a fairly decent sized position. We still have runners on this 451 put. FFIE lotto play. We just need nat gas and MSTR to come down. Again, my parameters for Google, guys, I'm still looking for selling half at 175.13, and then I'm going to move a break-even stop loss. But as of now, since Google has come in a touch, I'm not going to let this trade go against me. I'm going to put a stop loss in the money at 175.65. So basically just protecting the trade. You can see Google is starting to come down here a little bit more. And remember, break-even stop loss on those QQQ puts. Break-even stop loss at 35 cents on those QQQ puts. Do not let that go against you. MSTR and crypto are starting to come in. Guys, I'm looking for a profit target on BITI around 763. I will take profits. 763. I'll take profits on BITI. Okay. And again, if MSTR pulls us back to break even around that 15-16, I will cover that. Still riding the lottos on FFIE. Still accumulating that gas short. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. What do you think where NVIDIA is going? 1,000 or 900 into earnings? Again, Bart, I've been expressing with my members that into earnings, I think that NVIDIA starts selling off. Guys, look at the Qs. 451 puts are coming into the money here. Whoa, what a dump. But I think that NVIDIA is going to sell off into its earnings, and then I think it's probably going to get an earnings pump. I think NVIDIA does gap up to the upside on its earnings. I find it hard-pressed to see NVIDIA's trend not continuing, especially when you do have bullish flag structure on the charts. Look at the QQQ puts, guys. They're now at 54 cents. Holy moly. Wow. That was crazy, guys. That was crazy. That's insane. Bitcoin coming in hot, guys. Remember, BITI I've given you the parameters of all the targets. I will cover my runner here at 451. That would take it in the money, guys. But the QQQ is being hit hard, pretty hard here on the downside. Pretty hard. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We've just printed here today, so nice job. If you have not checked out my Trading Capital service, please do so, or at least, at the very least, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're still trying to grow this YouTube channel, and I do appreciate each day, every day, people coming out here. You know, we have a strong collective group posting a lot of interesting ideas, a lot of different trade setups, a lot of different tickers that typically most people don't look at. So I love that. You know, we're creating a little bit of a cohesive group here, a nice well-oiled machine that is, you know, can be unstoppable in the markets. If we keep showing up day in, day out and putting our brain power, our charting abilities together, it's going to put us in a better position to all succeed. You know, I mean, there's plenty of different trading styles out there, and a lot of you bring a lot of different advantages to the group. So thank you all, guys. I hope that everyone has a wonderful, wonderful rest of the Friday. And definitely get away from some screen time. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everybody. We'll keep these charts going for you guys. I may be able to step back for a little bit in the afternoon, but as of now, I'm going to be going on mute. Okay, guys? Enjoy your weekend. Hey guys, so just some final thoughts here in the market. That FFIE, I mean, that seemed to be the trade of the day for us, along with some of these QQQ puts, just keeps grinding lower. You can see how these trend channels have worked out pretty well. If you keep pulling them forward, there's multi-pivot points of bouncing here. If you carry this one forward, you can see that you had a huge confluence area here that yielded a big bounce. You still haven't officially achieved that downside target. So the market's still expected. Look at FFIE dump, guys. Those contracts, those $3 puts that we took at 37 cents are now up to $1.05. $1.05. And we still have time on the June 21st $3 put, which is skyrocketing too. But those 0 DTEs are flying. Again, everyone should have been able to take that with us. So that was beautiful, beautiful trade. That was a beautiful, beautiful trade. But really, to summarize things up, the market has been in a clear downtrend today. It really doesn't look like it's going to firm up at all. I'm seeing the VIX still at the lows of the session. Yields have pushed up quite firmly. Oil's trying to break out. Still, nat gas still holding steady. So, I mean, it's been quite extraordinary. The sell side pressure in the markets, it's been quite extraordinary. The upside pressure in nat gas. And we'll see if copper wants to hold the majority of its gains. I mean, you look at the move in copper today on the back of that Chinese real estate deal. You know, one of the reasons why copper's probably been so strong is because the market knew that China was doing some sort of a stimulus rescue aid package for their real estate market. So, I mean, another day where copper's basically going to the highs of the chart up 3.3, now trading over $5. That's insane. That is absolutely crazy inflationary pressures on both real estate, input costs for producers, builders, contractors. You know, it's not boding well, in my opinion, when you have one of the biggest input costs in really the electrification of our planet just surging, going parabolic like it's an actual meme stock. And again, this FFIE chart is cooked. I mean, look at that EMA 113 tap. We discussed that likely this was going to hit this area. What's pretty crazy about this FFIE is we played it on the long side earlier today when it went above that pre-market high, squeezed it up for about 14-15%, and now we're riding puts down into the ground. This company is going to get decimated. It's such a shitty stock. Absolutely shitty stock. I think the short float is around 98%, which just tells you that this is probably going bankrupt. I mean, before this move, you look at where this was trading, you know, at the rate that this is falling, you could potentially even go back down to the lows here around 4 pennies. You know, FFIE is just getting taken to the woodshed right now. We'll mark some of these gap fill zones that we're approaching, but I'm going to ride this baby to the ground. I'm riding this baby to the ground. We took over 100% on the first half of the lots, and look at this full round trip on FFIE. It's almost going negative, guys. Those contracts we bought at 37 cents are now up to $1.28 to $1.30 and printing. My oh my, these meme stocks are just being wrecked right now. Some of these names. Nat gas still trying to press higher in the near term. That stock is still insanely extended. Google flying. Yeah, Google's flying here. Again, we got stopped out of Google. I warned you that there was a an in the money stop on Google. We had placed it before I exited the stream. So again, we placed that in the money stop on Google right at that 175.65 level. And that did trigger that stop. So that was one of the parameters on the trades. We took profits on BITI. We're still holding MSTR, guys. That one's finally starting to come in a little bit. Still holding that name. But overall, I mean, look at this FFIE. Wow, guys. FFIE was just halted, guys. It was just halted. This stock is now done. It is cooked, halted. They're going to gap this baby probably down. FFIE was just halted. Dumpster fire stock. Again, FFIE. Holy. All right, guys, that's beautiful. That's really stunning price action. I'm overly thrilled that we were able to call out that trade here on the live stream. Everyone should have been able to get in on that trade with us. So nice job if you're able to capture that FFIE with us. That was a grand slam hit on the session, and they halted it down, FFIE, so it's probably going to gap down. It's probably going to gap down. You know, trading at $1.56, I could easily see this going back down to about 28 cents today. That could easily happen. And what the crazy thing is, we have a 0 DTE play that we're banking on, and we also have a I do like XOM. I do like XOM. Oil's now breaking out, so this is where the market can run into a little bit of additional pressure. If oil gets above this 79.20, it's going for another attempt at triggering an inverse head and shoulders on really the hourly chart, and that's where you're going to start to see interest rates have to firm up yet again. You're going to have to see the dollar have to firm up. I think while oil breaks out of this little basing formation, that's where nat gas may take a breather. But again, we're long XOM already with members all the way down at the lows at 114.22. We're holding a swing position long, and we're also holding Valero. So we're obviously bullish on energy in the near term. But we picked a beautiful entry on XOM all the way down here, and we're just now looking to see if this one triggers and breaks out. You know, we got lots of time, common shares, just no real stress in this trade at the moment on the energy front. But oil right now is looking to continue pressing higher, which does add a little bit of inflationary pressures. So just some final thoughts here. In the whiskey business, that's beautiful. You're riding FFIE. This is a dumpster fire stock, guys. We're going to crush, you know, that the June 21st put option, the $3 put that we took? That thing, we still have so much time on the clock that this stock could even go under. You know, I could see it easily back down to these 4 pennies. I don't even know what these puts are going to be worth if it goes back to like 4 pennies. Let me run a quick rough calculation here. And then I am going to close the stream, guys, because I have a few things to take care of. But final thoughts, let me just do a quick calculation. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. All right, guys, FFIE is back open. Let's see if it continues to dump here. or if it pushes, we are still seeing it get a little bit of a bounce here. Again, if this thing goes to my downside target today of about 28 cents, that would be a full round trip. We're looking at about 600% on these 0 DTEs. Again, we still got lots of time on the June put, and this company may not even be around by June. It would be quite something. But what a monster trade. I think it's actually halted again to the upside this time. Oil's just skyrocketing here, guys. Oil is breaking out ahead of things. I am going to wrap up the stream here again. To summarize things, the market is in a clear downtrend. Oil breaking out, that should put upside pressure on yields and the dollar. It should also put downside pressure on the market. I'm riding FFIE into the ground. You can see the indices are actually selling off pretty sharply right now. So I do think that there's going to be a substantial degree of downside in this market if oil continues to press here. And right now oil is only up about 0.84%. So I mean the max measured move today where oil could test is all the way up at $80. Around $80 is where oil could try to press to. Your daily 200 is sitting at 79.68. So just keep that in mind. Okay? But crude oil is just a monster at the moment. And if this remains firm, you know, we're technically having a breakout right now in energy, and we're already positioned well in for this trade to have some continued momentum. But we're looking at least about a 3.8% upside move on oil if this pattern sticks and holds. And as of now, it is looking like it is. So again, wonderful job trading today, guys. I'm glad you were all able to you can just use any of the ones on Google. I use Options Profit Calculator. It's just a rough estimate. A lot of the time, some brokerages have different spreads, but Options Profit Calculator just gives you a good guide as to what you can expect, where you can put the price of the contract that you paid, how many contracts. You can open up the range from, you know, whatever you really want, stock range. So it's pretty customizable. You can do long, you can do all sorts. You can do long call, long put, covered call, naked calls and puts. You can do strangles, iron condors, butterflies, diagonal spreads. You can do pretty much anything on Options Profit Calculator. And again, it's just a rough estimate. Some trading platforms do have their own calculators, so. But what a crazy, crazy day. Anyways, QQQ is looking like it's going to make a new low of day. Again, you're approaching this little bit of a channel, still quite a ways away from our downside target. I am going to wrap things up here, guys. It's been a pleasure. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their weekend, and just be careful. Yeah, so Bart just asking about KRE regionals. Yeah, those puts are done and dusted, so they did not work out well. Common shares, I still think you're in a really, really good position, depending on what your average is. You know, regionals, obviously we know we took a bit of a financial position today, but regionals did trigger this inverse head and shoulders. The only thing that I'm seeing is this resistance trend line here. So you're back testing this little bit of a trend line here. As long as yields, you know, continue to press here, then regionals should come down at some point, but you know, you can see you're trying to confirm a breakout. This is looking like potentially a bit of a failed breakout. NatGas continuing to squeeze itself. NVDA pretty much at the lows of the session, coming down. Amazon's catching a big bid. All right, guys, thanks. Have a good weekend, and just be ready. If FFIE continues to dump, you know, securing profits along the way on the 0 DTEs is probably a good idea. But in terms of the June put, we're just going to let this ride. We still got a lot of potential downside left in the tank for this individual ticker. And right now it is halted up. Oil still squeezing. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you next week. And members, stay tuned. I will have some more research out this weekend.